Talk about a party, party, everybody sing party, party, everybody come party, party, every one of you party, 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 everyone come party, party. Listen. I reach the plane and I go to the empty door. I hear the people talking, they want me to do my reggae stuff. Go to Boston and they acting the same way too. Oh, I'm feeling good, girl. They want me to do my thing in that party, party. Everybody just party, party. Sing about party, party. Everyone come party, party. Listen. Don't want to be a liar. I want to tell the truth. To each and every one. I want to do my reggae stuff. No, I'm from Jamaica. I want to do my Jamaican stuff. Everywhere I go, I feel and keep on doing like about party, party. In that party, party. Somebody come party. Somebody come and help me now. Whoa, hey. Listen. Party, 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 party.
sisters, lend me your ears. Listen to my story of love and death. I fell deep in love with a Bokma, a girl of my dreams. You see what I mean? On our wedding day, she gave me a kiss with tears in her eyes. It was a kiss of death. Love and death walk hand in hand. The way to thy grave is just the same. Love and death, they walk hand in hand. The way to thy grave is just the same.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
And welcome.
Hello, where is our audience?
Did you forget to invite them?
No, hang on. Why are the lights off?
Not sure, Erin.
Wow, Liv, that sounds so suspicious. Do you have something planned?
Well, Erin, sometimes you just need a bit of illumination.
Illuminate, light, very funny.
Now that we're illuminated and you all are illuminated, welcome. My name is Olivia.
And my name is Erin.
And we will be your MCs for TEDxQT 2024.
This is the largest TEDxQT event we had in history. And the theme for this year is Illuminate, Shaping a Brighter Future.
Today, we will guide you on a cerebral journey, taking you through the ins and outs of journalistic sensationalism, generative AI, pornography literacy, all the way to Bluey. Today, our speakers hope to ignite change and to encourage current and future generations to shape a brighter future.
Yeah, we've got a bit of housekeeping to cover before we're good to go. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we gather, the Turrbal and Yagara people.
We recognise that these lands have always been places of teaching, learning, and ideas sharing. We acknowledge the role First Nations peoples play in our community and pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. We would also like to pay respects to any First Nations peoples in the room with us today.
Now, getting on to the specifics, and please leave your phones on silent. We've got strict recording guidelines to adhere to, so you're welcome to take photos, but please do not use any flash photography. The event today is live streamed, and all talk recordings will be uploaded to the TEDx YouTube channel.
Additionally, we ask that you do not leave the theatre while the speakers are presenting. If you do need to leave, please do so in between each talk. However, in the event of an emergency, please follow our event crew as they lead you to the emergency exits, which are on our left and at the top of the auditorium, also on our left. We would also like to thank today's sponsors that have supported TEDxQT 2024. We would like to thank our gold sponsors, Bobby and Storytale Studio, and our silver sponsors, Igloo and Good and Fugly.
During morning tea and lunch, you will be able to access amazing interactive activity relating to today's talks. This year, we've got exclusive TEDxQT merchandise for sale available outside of the theatre. But Liv, what actually is TEDxQT?
Erin, TEDxQT is all about sharing diverse ideas. Despite our academic setting, these talks are not necessarily all about research and academics. They come from the unique people that make up the QT community.
Yeah, we've done a lot of talking so far, and now we would love to hear from our amazing audiences. At TEDxQT, we love to build and engage with our community, and what better way to do it than an awkward icebreaker? Liv, how can we illuminate a brighter future?
I think it starts by illuminating our minds with some questions. Now, Erin and I are going to ask you a series of questions, and if you agree, we would love for you to pop your hand up. Now, let's practice. Here's an easy one. Put your hand up if you have ever been asked a question. Beautiful. Put your hand up if you have ever watched a TEDx talk before.
Wow.
Lovely.
Seems like you're at the right place.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyone know someone called Ted? Yeah, guess so.
Not many.
Anyone have felt a bit nervous before speaking at a large event? Yeah, that must be such a relatable feeling. Our speakers today has put in countless effort over the past month, and all they need right now is your excitement and warm welcome to feel right at home.
And without further ado, Erin, I think it's time we introduce our first speaker. Now, communicating is at the core of what we do as humans. And we do it in so many different ways, through our tone, pace, and words, through our body and our face, or even through pen and paper. Our first speaker, Shreya Rajivan, is a pediatric speech pathologist, researcher, and mentor. Her work focuses on how emerging technology, such as AI, can help non-speaking children to communicate. Please make Shreya feel welcome.
Picture this. You're at your favorite coffee shop. The smell of fresh coffee surrounds you. It's comforting, familiar. You step up to that counter, ready to order that perfect soy latte, the one thing that will help you get through the rest of the day. You know exactly what you want, but this time, when you open your mouth, nothing comes out. You try again, still silence. The barista is waiting. The line behind you is getting longer. You can feel the pressure, the stares. You're trapped in this silence, desperate to be understood, but no one can hear you. Now imagine this isn't just about ordering coffee. For many non-speaking children, this struggle follows them everywhere. It's in a classroom where they cannot raise their hand to ask for help with a difficult question. It's in a playground where they can't call out to their friend to join in their game. It's in a doctor's office where they cannot describe the pain that they're feeling, or during an emergency where they cannot call out for help even when every second counts. Think about how often you use your voice without even realizing it. To tell someone you're sick, to ask for directions in an unfamiliar place, to tell someone you love them, or to say stop when something doesn't feel right. For these children, communication is more than just thoughts. It's about safety, it's about connection, it is about survival. That's where I come in as a pediatric speech pathologist, someone who can see the invisible threads of communication where others might only see silence. I have the privilege of working with some remarkable young children, primarily those who are non-speaking. They may be non-speaking either because they are autistic, have cerebral palsy, or other physical and cognitive conditions. These children have dreams, thoughts, and feelings, but words are not typically the way they are able to express them. Complex communication needs simple solutions. As a specialist in augmentative and alternative communication, or as I like to call it, anytime, anyhow communication, or AAC, my work revolves around assessing and providing these children with the right tools to communicate besides talking. It is about helping people express themselves in whatever way feels comfortable for them, whether that's through sign language, picture boards, gestures, or a device where they tap on a picture and it says it out aloud for them. Think of AAC as a new language to use when words aren't available. And perhaps one of the most exciting, groundbreaking, and transformative discoveries is the rise of artificial intelligence. AI is currently pushing the boundaries of what we thought was possible for communication. It offers this undeniable potential for non-speaking children, leading us to a future where their individual voices can be heard in ways we never even imagined. Understanding emotions is the first step in helping non-speaking children communicate. For these children, expressing emotions is an ongoing challenge. If we as humans often fail to understand their emotions, how can technology possibly bridge this gap? Emotion AI is starting to address this challenge. It is a type of artificial intelligence that can identify human emotions by measuring changes in your facial expressions, body language, and heart rate. By analyzing key movements of your eyes and your mouth, it can identify emotions like joy, fear, and sadness. Currently, Emotion AI uses facial recognition systems to identify the changes in these features and classify emotions based on what it has learned. For non-speaking children, this could be a breakthrough. It can give them so much more control over their emotional experiences and allow them to express their needs, desires, and fears with so much more clarity. As a researcher in lexical semantics, I've studied how our brains organize language and how neurons compete and collaborate to find the right words. The same process shapes our emotions, connecting language and feelings in ways we often overlook. The aim of my study is to use the unique emotional experiences of these non-speaking children, and then hopefully that can be used to train AI neural networks. The foundation of this future is being built today. I imagine a world where Emotion AI is accessible everywhere, potentially through wearables, allowing children to navigate their social world, feel deeply validated in their emotions, and experience this profound sense of safety, knowing that their emotions will always be recognized and respected in real time. But understanding emotions is just one part of the AI puzzle. The next step is in helping non-speaking children to use AI, which can then help them to communicate with speech in a way that they can. Arlo is a 6-year-old boy with Marfan syndrome, which means the tissues that hold his body together are weaker than usual, making activities like movement and coordination extremely challenging for him. He also has a severe speech disorder and a stutter, which means speaking can take him up to 4 times longer than children his age. Some sounds are repeated up to 10 times before he can finally move on, making it so exhausting that he sometimes becomes non-speaking when life gets too overwhelming for him. Arlo is the kind of child who lights up every room he walks into. At school, he's adored by his teachers and friends for his endless curiosity and infectious enthusiasm. He wants you to learn about Pokemon and Spider-Man, get all the details right. But he isn't always understood. Every word he speaks shows you just how much he longs to connect, and you can't help but be captivated by his spirit. While exploring ways to support children like Arlo, I found VoiceIt, a communication software designed to understand and translate the speech of people with communication difficulties. VoiceIt uses machine learning to understand how the child speaks. It listens to the unique sounds, tone, and rhythm of the child's speech, and over time, it gets better at recognizing their voice. Once it has learned these patterns, it can then change these unique sounds into clear words that anyone can understand. Let's have a quick look at how this worked for Arlo. Instead of struggling to be understood, he can now ask for his favorite toy, share his weekend adventures, or tell you what excites him about Pokemon. This technology gives him the power to communicate and connect with everyone around him. His voice is now clear to everyone, no matter how he speaks. It's about giving him that chance to connect, be heard, and take part in conversations that matter the most to him. The next breakthrough in AI is its ability to understand non-spoken language. When words aren't even available, even the smallest movement holds incredible power to communicate. For Mia, a 10-year-old with Rett syndrome, this is her reality. Unable to control most of her body, Mia relies on tiny gestures like a head tilt or a blink to connect with the rest of the world. Imagine trying to express every need, every thought, every feeling you have using just that. Fortunately, software like Vocable AAC transforms this experience. Using advanced software to track Mia's head movements, it detects where her gaze is focused on the screen. By holding her gaze on a specific phrase, Mia can select it, triggering the app to then speak that chosen message out aloud. This allows her to navigate quickly and communicate through phrases that may be personalized for her. Here I am showing you how Vocable AAC works.
Please open the window. I would like to talk. Please close the window.
The AI in Vocable AAC does much more than offer her simple phrases. It understands from the way she communicates and offers her responses that she might want to use next. It also remembers everything around her, like listening to everyone communicating around her, picks responses that might fit the conversation naturally, and makes it easier for Mia to express herself with less effort. With just a few head movements, Mia can narrate an entire story. Imagine the power of being able to express everything on your mind using only the tilt of your head. She can now pick her favorite show, complete her assignments, message her friends, whether she's picking out clothes online or scheduling a next appointment or staying more involved in her family plans. Mia now has the power to make choices that shape her life. She is no longer defined by her limitations, but by her voice, a voice that AI has helped unlock. For far too long, children who communicate differently have been unfairly viewed as less capable than their peers. This misunderstanding has led through a lot of these children going through life without ever being truly understood. Today, we change that. Artificial intelligence offers this groundbreaking opportunity to transform the lives of non-speaking children by providing tools that make communication not only accessible, but also deeply personal and intuitive. With AI, a child who has never spoken before could finally tell you when something isn't right, connect deeply with their loved ones, or express emotions that they've been holding inside for a long time. With AI, a child could finally express their needs, dreams, and thoughts without ever relying on someone else to guess what they need. We must rethink how we approach communication and AI. This intersection holds immense potential, but only if we challenge the way these systems are designed. Too often, AI is designed with the assumption that the user can already speak, read, or write fluently. We must expand on that vision to create AI that serves everyone, no matter how we communicate, right? Because every child deserves not just to be heard, but to be understood. And it's time we listen. Thank you.
Wow. That is a lot of energy in the room. We love it. Transferable and employable skills have increasingly become the buzzword over the decade. But does Australia's educational system prepare students for the ever-changing future? Our next speaker, Nick Kelly, has been a design educator for over a decade. He is here to share with us how we could shape educational experiences through the lens of design and create spaces for students to thrive. Put your hands together for Dr. Nick Kelly.
The year is 2007, and I'm 25 years old. Like many 25-year-olds, I'm confused. I knew I cared about social justice, and I was going to a lot of protests, but I wasn't feeling like what I was doing was making much of a difference. I was looking for something meaningful in my life. And at exactly this time, I came across a book on a bookshelf in a university bookshop. I don't know why I picked it up, but it changed my life. It was called We Make the Road by Walking, by two famous educators from the 20th century, Paulo Freire and Miles Horton. In it, these two passionate educators describe education as a process of empowering learners to have agency in the world. If I teach you to read, the way that I teach it matters. I can tell you that reading is going to allow you to be a part of society. This is reading so that you're able to conform. Or I can show you that reading can give you power in the world to do things that matter to you. This is reading as a skill for freedom rather than conformity. The book is called We Make the Road by Walking because education is a project that's messy and communal and involves the hard work of dealing with local realities. This was something that I felt like I could believe in. And my own schooling experiences had been all about learning to conform. So this felt kind of radical to me. So the trouble is, in the conversations that we have around schools at the moment, we rarely talk about this kind of fundamental idea. If you pick up a newspaper, what you're likely to see are stories about how we need more direct instruction in education, or polarized debates about literacy, or worst of all, unfairly blaming teachers. Sometimes it feels less like we're making the road by walking so much as running around in circles in a field. Lots of conversation, but not much in the way of fundamental change taking place. We send our children to school for something like 13 years. So as a society, we are very invested in schooling. Yet we rarely ask these fundamental questions of, why do we send children to school? What is the goal of sending a child to school for 13 years? From my own 15 years of research, I would like to answer this question by saying the goal of schooling is to produce brilliant designers. This is something that can empower teachers and permit the necessary change that we need in school systems. Let me explain. So, there's an idea in education called 21st century skills. You might be familiar with it. In the 20th century, schools were focused on knowing things, like mathematical formulas or historical facts. But in the 21st century, where we've got all of humanity's knowledge available at the click of a button, it matters far more what you're able to do in the world with the knowledge that you have. What Horton or Freire might call having agency in the world. And the idea with 21st century skills is to name 4 of these capabilities that just happen to start with the letter C. So we want schools to produce adults who are able to think creatively, to use their faculties for critical thinking, to be able to collaborate well with others, and who are able to communicate effectively. People have been talking about 21st century skills since last century, and they're widely accepted. In Australia, they're a part of our national curriculum as general capabilities, and they're used all around the world. But they haven't led to the kind of radical change that we would expect if we took these 21st century skills seriously. When I talk about schools producing brilliant designers, I'm using that as shorthand for producing adults who have brilliant capabilities in these 21st century skills. When I talk about design, people often get confused and start thinking about professionals like architects or web designers. But the truth is, everybody is a designer. We all use design thinking when we imagine a preferred situation and enact it, or share ideas for how to with others. I've taught design in universities for over 10 years, and these 4 capabilities are precisely the hallmarks of a good designer. If, like me, you think education is about producing adults who can flourish in the world, then having a generation of brilliant designers is a great idea. These are going to be people who are able to respond to whatever reality they find themselves in. And that's particularly important in these times where we've got things like climate change or the advent of AI. The key to producing brilliant designers is giving teachers the freedom and skills to model 21st century skills. So I had the privilege of being part of a team that wrote a widely used design syllabus. And students who took this subject spent their final 2 years of schooling learning all about how to think creatively, use critical thinking, collaborate, and communicate, these being the skills that designers need. But at the end of their 2 years of study, how do you think they were assessed? In a 2-hour sit-down exam, alone in an examination hall, and at the end of it, their responses were compared to some predetermined answers to see how well they were able to compare to them. This is not how to assess collaboration or creativity, and of course the teaching then follows the high-stakes assessment. This kind of mismatch is present all throughout our school systems, where we've got the message saying one thing, that we want students to be learning 21st century skills, but the medium through which they're learning it and being assessed is saying something completely differently. To be creative, you need to be able to experiment and take risks. And yet every day, students in our school systems sit in a classroom in a system that manages every risk to the nth degree. To be creative, you have to think outside the box, and yet we have an assessment regime that is entirely focused on seeing how well students can conform to a predetermined narrow set of answers. To use critical thinking, we have to question authority and challenge the assumptions that we find. And yet schools remain these top-down, rules-based institutions. And to be able to collaborate and communicate effectively, you have to respond to these particular people in this particular place. And yet, in our school systems, we have these central policies that are rolled out in a similar way to a small regional school as a big inner-city school. If we want to produce a generation of brilliant designers, then all of this has to change. Imagine if our school systems focused on giving teachers the skills and the freedoms that they need to model and teach 21st century skills. Teachers are expected to take on so many different roles. They have to cover all of the content, prepare students for tests, do the administration, the reporting, and in amongst all of their roles, this role of helping students to grow can get crowded out. Imagine if we supported teachers in developing their abilities to think creatively, communicate, use critical thinking, and to collaborate by having more space in the curriculum, and then trusting them and supporting them so that they can develop as brilliant designers of learning. This would go a long way to addressing the current teacher crisis, where there's a chronic shortage of teachers in Australia and in other countries with similar school systems. The trouble is, change in school systems is quite difficult. School systems tend to have change come from the top down rather than from the bottom up. And when change does happen, it's all about adding things in to fix problems. So we tend to get new things added into the curriculum and new responsibilities added onto teachers. There's this additive bias. Very rarely is anything taken away or fundamental change permitted to occur. As a result, the year is 2024, and schools still look much like they did. Schools still look much like they did when I was in high school in the 90s. Students are still divided into much the same year levels by date of manufacture. They're taught much the same subjects, perhaps plus a bit of technology, in much the same buildings, and they're being taught and assessed in much the same ways. The year is 2024. We're a quarter of the way through the 21st century, and these 21st century skills still feel like a retrofit into the schooling system that we already had. Some schools are doing great experiments with project-based learning, but in general, it feels like we've got a 20th century school system trying to teach 21st century skills. School systems are big, complicated beasts, and it sometimes feels like we're stuck on this fixed path of each generation receiving much the same education that their parents received. We need to start making the road again by doing the walking. That starts by giving teachers the permission and support to model and teach 21st century skills. To get that, we need to have a designerly education system that empowers people to respond to contradictions when they find them. To get that, we need to change the conversation that we as a society have around education, changing the conversation through people like you and I getting involved in that discussion. They say that societies get the schools they deserve. And in our society, the conversation is about minimizing risk, improving literacy, and improving STEM outcomes. That's science, technology, engineering, and maths. These are important goals, but they're not sufficient. They're not worthy of a 21st century education. If we're going to get fundamental change in the school system, what we need is a clear message that cuts through and reframes the problem in a way that students, teachers, school leaders, and policymakers can all agree on. This will work. A goal of producing a generation of brilliant designers. If we're going to make the road by walking, then this is the direction in which we should head. Thank you.
Now let's take a short moment for a video. The following video is a Post-it note ad in 2020, and in true TED fashion, it explores the theme of great ideas. Please enjoy.
This could be the story of a few people who sit alone in a room chasing their big idea. An idea so huge, it becomes almost impossible to manage. They are ready to suffer, to make sacrifices, to undergo great stress. And at some point, they might ask, success? Who is that even for? And then they might give up. But this story isn't about them. It's about big ideas that start as something small. A job to do, a task to complete, a meaning, a mission, a passion, a spark that is inside all of us.
It seems that fame is only one Facebook video or one YouTube cover away. Our next speaker, Hetal Singh, is an aspiring filmmaker interested in the ecosystem of content creation. Hetal has been following the ever-changing trends of internet culture and its impact on filmmaking. She is excited to share her discoveries with us here today. Let's invite Hetal to the stage.
What is a film? Let's take Greta Gerwig's multi-million-dollar hit Barbie, for example. Most would agree that the box office hit falls under a film. It seemingly checks all the boxes. Large production budget, industry standard equipment, stellar editing and post-production. What about A Date with Markiplier? It has all the same things. Filmed on multiple sets with industry standard equipment, edited by a team, extensive post-production. It was even seen by millions of people in a live premiere. The difference between the two? One was released in theaters, the other for free on YouTube. The evolving nature of film and technology make the term film a hard one. The evolution of technology and social media and content creation platforms have led to new platforms and voices that we wouldn't have found otherwise. For example, social media influencers Danny and Michael Filippo. They were able to create their own film, Talk to Me, seemingly taking the skills that they had built up through creating videos throughout their childhoods. The brothers were able to slowly build up their ability to create, edit, and produce. The evolution of their path on social media even led to them being picked up by American production company A24, known for hits such as Midsommar, Everything Everywhere All at Once. In fact, YouTube creators like the Filippo brothers are the reason why I ever believed I could be a filmmaker. Watching the evolution of YouTube and YouTubers at a formative age showed me what social media and content creation could be used for. In high school, I learned basic editing thanks to YouTube tutorials. When applying for university, I was able to use social media to look at current students and alumni in film programs I was interested in, and use that information to ensure that I would study something that I was passionate about. During my first university project, I was able to fulfill the course requirements due to tutorials found on YouTube. And on an experimental film project, I was able to not only fulfill the assignment requirements, but go well beyond it, thanks to inspiration and tutorials found on YouTube and TikTok. I know of people who knew nothing about a topic, but have become passionate and knowledgeable about it just thanks to the treasure trove of information found on social media. I have had the privilege of working with industry-grade equipment, from Panasonic EVA1s for videography, Sony A700s for photography, lav mics and audio interfaces for audio work. It may seem frivolous to be so inspired by content and media online, but it has become a reason and an avenue for creatives to enter the filmmaking industry. Creative portfolios and short films that would have never seen the light of day are being, in traditional filmmaking spaces, are being posted to Instagram and Twitter, creating a new filmmaking and film-loving generation. Social media is shattering the barriers of entry to the creative arts, but especially to filmmaking. The cast for my two newest projects, Toxic Shock and Crossroads, were both casted on social media. An Instagram post was made with all of the requirements, shared by crew, and hopeful applicants were able to apply. Through a simple share on Instagram, we were able to connect with a passionate community of filmmakers and actors. Like a lot of modern technology, social media brings with it its difficulties. It can feel overwhelming, ill-informative, and unnecessary. This is a real and true reaction that many people have. And it also gives rise to phenomenon like parasocialism. Coined by Horton and Wall in 1951, parasocialism is the belief that people feel that there is a greater connection to celebrities that they don't know. In the early 2000s, an era before Instagram or Twitter was plagued by paparazzi, who would refuse to leave celebrities alone. The public felt so entitled to the lives of those with fame that it became a $1 million industry to invade their privacy. Gossip magazines would post everything from celebrity sightings to comments about their physical appearance. So while the sentiment of parasocialism has always existed, it has never been so ubiquitous, given the readily available access we have to social media. Along with this, social media influencers share intimate details about their lives. Honestly, how often do we see get ready with me or come with me to make breakfast? So yes, there are new challenges and phenomena in content creation, but also new opportunities. While a lot of us don't want to document everything in our lives, when done resourcefully, it can be an opportunity for knowledge sharing and learning to take place. It can reach the people who most want to engage with this type of content. Imagine social media and content creation like vlogs and reels being used as a way to make filmmaking more accessible. Concepts like get ready with me for work or spend a day with me on set may seem trivial, but they allow film students and those interested in the filmmaking industry a real insight into what filmmaking is. Many jobs in the film industry are gatekept or difficult to gain insight to. The film industry has felt secretive for years. Most set-specific jobs hidden from public eye. Most people here don't know what a grip is or what the role of continuity officer looks like on a set. Having insight and access to this type of content allows us to get an insight into what filmmaking entails. Through this new accessibility, more people understand and are able to follow the filmmaking process. The evolution of filmmaking technology, content creation platforms, and social media has created the most access to information we have ever had. The internet is full of tutorials, everywhere from YouTube to TikTok, full of videos showcasing how to record audio and edit video and everything in between. There are even videos and blogs that tell audiences what the best tutorials to follow are. Every smartphone after 2015 has the capability to record 4K audio and video. There is more free and open source software now than ever, all with their own resources and learning materials. Not only has this created boundless opportunities for those of us interested in film, it is also, but the evolution of content creation and social media platforms has allowed audiences to evolve too. Through the natural progression of social media, sites like Rotten Tomatoes and Letterboxd have been created specifically to create a space where audiences can interact with film by sharing insights and opinions with fellow fans in a public forum. Even in traditional social media spaces, such as Instagram or Reddit, whole communities have been created in order to discuss film. The future of filmmaking is a bright one. It is full of boundless ideas, opportunities, community, and creativity. It is looking at the world around us and creating whatever we want with the tools we have been given. We are already seeing students find ways to excel through the use of online tutorials and portfolios. And this trend will continue on to the next generation. And they will be the most equipped generation to tell their stories. So let's revisit that question. What is a film? Or, what is filmmaking? Is it writing a story with your friends and making it come to life through your own hard work? Is it taking a video of your friends and family so that you can cherish them forever? Is it that music video you love with all of your heart? We are surrounded by a wealth of resources. All that's left to do is use them. After all, for all we know, the next big filmmaker is in this very room. Thank you.
Please be advised that the next talk includes references to death and terminal illness. We don't have to look very far to find families, individuals, communities that are impacted by terminal illness, and the overwhelming experience around end-of-life care. Our next speaker, Charlotte Collier-Vickers, has dedicated her master's studies to the ethics and policies around voluntary assisted dying. In particular, Charlotte has been advocating for the dignity of end-of-life options for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. Please welcome Charlotte to the stage.
I can still remember the moment my life changed forever. I was 13 years old, sitting in the back seat of my car. My mum was driving and my brother was in the passenger seat. They'd just picked me up from a sleepover. My face was buried in my phone, texting my friends as if the last 24 hours hadn't been enough. Then my mum spoke. "I need to talk to you about something," she said. I barely acknowledged her, still engrossed on my phone. "Your father has been diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's, a type of dementia, like what your nanny and grampy have." I looked up briefly. Okay, I said, completely unaware of the gravity of what she had just told me. My dad was always so capable, so full of life. And my grandparents, well, they were old. He was only 53. At first, the changes were subtle. He'd ask questions about conversations we'd just had, started misplacing his keys, wallet, and phone, and he'd repeat himself more often. As the disease progressed, so did his confusion. He struggled finding the right words for things, got disorientated, began to sleep during the day, and was restless at night. He forgot the names of people we'd known for years and eventually lost the ability to dress himself. 5.5 years after that conversation in the car, my dad went into full-time care. He could no longer bathe or toilet himself. Sometimes he knew who I was, but other times he didn't even know who he was. In his final 2 years, he lost the ability to walk, to talk, and to eat. He was a shadow of his former self. He passed away at 60. Shortly after his diagnosis, my dad told me something that stuck with me. He said that he feared dementia would take everything from him, that he wanted to spend his remaining time doing what he loved, but only while he still knew what was going on. He told me he wished he could make it all end before he lost himself completely. The thought of what lay ahead, how it would affect our family, terrified him. But he wasn't allowed to make that choice. In Australia, there is no legal way for him or people like him to have a dignified death. Watching the indignity of my father's death throughout my adolescence, knowing his wishes and knowing there was nothing I could do, has compelled me to advocate for a vital topic: voluntary assisted dying, or VAD. VAD allows individuals with a terminal illness the ability to make an informed decision to take life-ending medication prescribed by a licensed physician. Known in other countries as euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide, VAD has sparked significant debate, leading to legislative changes worldwide. There is some contention around this topic, often arising from moral and ethical concerns, such as the sanctity of human life. But this isn't about whether we all agree on the topic of VAD. This is about creating inclusive laws that honour the wishes of all terminally ill individuals. In Australia, VAD laws differ from state to state, but generally speaking, they allow adults with a terminal illness, given a prognosis of 6 to 12 months, the ability to take life-ending medication under the guidance of a qualified physician. Dementia is the second leading cause of death in all Australians, and is soon predicted to be the first. There is no cure for dementia, and the afflicted slowly lose their identity with no option to ease their suffering or address their declining quality of life. In Australia, those with dementia are excluded from VAD due to fundamental flaws within our current legislation. Specifically, that individuals must have intact decision-making capacity when given a prognosis of 6 to 12 months. Essentially, by the time someone with dementia is in the final year of their diagnosis, it's more than likely that their cognition would be considered too impaired to satisfy legal requirements of VAD. This exclusion leaves families like mine in heartbreaking limbo. We watch our loved ones suffer, knowing their wishes, but unable to help fulfill those legally and ethically. My father, a man who valued his independence and dignity above all, was stripped of both by this cruel disease and had no say in how his life would end. I don't know at exactly what point my dad would have chosen to access VAD had he been given the option, but I know for certain that he would have wanted that choice. So, what can be done to address the increasing amount of people who are faced with this reality? Australia needs to adopt laws that are more inclusive of individuals with dementia, and this is already taking place in other parts of the world. In the Netherlands, people with advanced dementia can access euthanasia if written consent is provided before decision-making capacity is lost. This concept is similar to what we know in Australia as an advanced care directive or an advanced request. This means that even if an individual is unable to provide verbal consent, their written directive still remains valid. This respects an individual's autonomy by honouring their prior wishes, allowing for the alleviation of suffering, even if the individual is unable to communicate their consent. There are a lot of legal intricacies to be pondered, requiring strict legal criteria, medical oversight, and mandatory reporting to safeguard the process, ensuring an individual's autonomy is upheld while preventing misuse of the law. Individuals with dementia often lose decision-making capacity relatively early on into their diagnosis. Because of this, Australia needs to adopt laws that are tailored specifically for people with dementia to contain end-of-life wishes for when capacity is lost. Allowing those with dementia to access VAD through an advanced directive means that they can make informed decisions about their end of life while still having the capacity to do so, thus preventing unnecessary suffering and preserving autonomy. Regardless of the moral and ethical beliefs that may affect an individual's view on VAD, it is legal in Australia. And opening it up to those with dementia is essential to create laws that are more inclusive for all terminally ill individuals. Dementia is already a terminal diagnosis. Acknowledging the psychological suffering that accompanies it and providing an alternative for these individuals doesn't mean opening the door to broader VAD access. Instead, it acknowledges the complex realities of end-of-life care for people with dementia and offers an equitable pathway forward. Dementia Australia is the national peak body dedicated to supporting people with dementia and their families. In 2020, they released 6 recommendations to the Queensland law reform, advocating for the inclusion of people with dementia in VAD laws through an advanced directive. They emphasise the importance of acknowledging psychological pain associated with cognitive decline alongside physical pain. They also suggested the timing of access should be based on a declining quality of life rather than a 6 to 12-month prognosis. With these recommendations, we can create a future where individuals with dementia still have control over their end-of-life wishes, ensuring their voices are heard and their dignity is maintained. So even as their cognitive abilities decline, their autonomy remains protected. We must advocate for change. This is a critical shift that needs our voices. We can share our stories and educate others on the realities of dementia. And we can work with policymakers to create compassionate laws that are inclusive of all terminally ill individuals, including those with dementia. I stand here today not just as a daughter who lost her father, but as a voice for all of those who have been silenced by this disease. Let us strive for a future where everyone has the right to decide their own future, make their own decisions about their life and death. Thank you.
If you require any mental health support, there are a number of services on the screen behind me for you to contact. If you require any immediate assistance, please chat with our event crew.
Thank you, Liv, and thank you everyone for joining us in the first session. Now we would love to introduce our first performer of the day, Francesca Testa from QUT Literary Salon. The QUT Literary Salon hosts monthly events for the writing community of QUT to share work with like-minded writers and seasoned professionals. It is a safe space for writers to develop their craft and build confidence in public speaking.
Now, how many of us have been to a live poetry reading before? Okay, so there's a few. Now, for the people who haven't, one thing that poetry audiences love to do when they hear something they like is to click instead of clap. So can we try that together? Oh, we're sounding like a poetry audience. Love it.
Francesca started writing poetry back in 2014 as a therapeutic way to process emotions. And recently, she has started studies in poetry and poetics at the university. Please welcome Francesca Testa, and remember, if you hear anything you like, to click.
Thank you. Hi, a little bit of background on these pieces. They're inspirational poems, a little bit different to what I usually write. It's usually heartbreak poetry, which is very different. Really glad to be taking a break from that now. Trying something very different. So specifically, I'm going to read two pieces, and they both have a similar theme to do with time, the challenge of not having enough time. I'm sure we all have that challenge, and it being a restriction and overcoming the challenges associated with that. I suppose you cannot hear the ticking. This is my everyday, my tango with time and its restrictions. I imagine kneeling, surrounded by the pillars of every world I am connected to, either a creation by my own hand or one I am joined to purely by being. Its essence on my fingertips, prints marked on its surface. Kneeling in the center, I watch as the patterns instilled on each surface change. Their names never the same, so I must study them anew every time they move. Every step I take, another 5 are born. Though the sands of time do not falter, they fall, aligned in place perfectly with where they're meant to be. I cannot waste a second too long on any decision, for indecision marks the place for my incisions. Seeing the face of failure threaten me, as I watch its hand hovering above my heart with the scalpel, I do not whimper, but think of how delicious its disappointment will be when I pick it to pieces with the flaws I can see. I will outplan it. Even with fate unseen, in myself I believe. I will get to the end no matter what it takes, even if that means all of me. I believe. And I do not expect anyone to understand the places I come from, the arena in my mind I fight to stay alive in day and night, most often only with time by my side, to mock me in vain of my cries it has no ears for, and no eyes to see where I bleed still. My mouth dry from screaming the names of those that have let me down and left me here again. So I harvest from them the pain that keeps me resilient in my race against time. Thank you. I never had that happen before, a little mix of clicking and clapping. I love that. Thank you. So this is my next one. I like the crush, the rush of the deadline. I like the way it awakens in me a sense of purpose. I like to make time race against itself because I believe I can beat it. And even if it gets the best of me, I am ready. Every letter of the alphabet I've got a plan for from A to Z or a network connection to. I will find a way to come back from whatever the challenge has in store for me. Undoubtedly, I will be free. See, it can even completely rob me of my energies, make me struggle in the undercurrent thrashing to find a way to breathe, but I will find a silver lining, a pocket of air. I will find what worries me and make myself stay there. Adapting to uncertainty, getting stronger by the minute. Drain me, and I will dig deeper to the levels underneath it will simply never have access to. For it is my passion that drives me. As I indulge in every flavor of emotion, this thing called life binds me to, no matter the fight, I will see it through. I believe I will make it. No matter what, I will survive. Renewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for that inspiring poetry reading. If you would like to see more of the QUT Literary Salon, they are actually hosting a writing stall outside in the courtyard during morning tea. And speaking of morning tea, it's now morning tea time, which will be served outside in the courtyard. If you have any specific dietary requirements, please ensure you visit the dietary requirements table as we have specific items suited to your dietary requirement needs. We will see you back here in the theatre at 11:05.
pencil pad. I'm gonna spread some information. Oh, making me happier. Now I am snappier while I'm with you. I got to be happier, 'cause I am happier when I make you my little symphonia, singing blue and I get a dark blue ring. I get a snapback wrinkle, 4th of blue yonder. I get a purple stain called King is in tune. Beside the whistle cat, screaming me hour. Along the frosty roadside, always in time. I get another ring, making me happy. That'll take me for another ride up in the sky. Oh, heaven is high. She knows. You making me happier. Now I am snappier while I'm with you. Got to be heavier, 'cause I am happier when I make you. Inside a dream storm, dreaming in and out of style. Upon an 8 o'clock sit down, dreaming for the other half so I can get on down. Out in the country field, smiling, laughing, jumping fun. I feel the love of a pretty sun sounding on me. Having fun, dreaming, laughing, smiling, having fun. Laughing, smiling, love, get on down. Smiling, loving, burning, get on down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Nobody ever loved me like it does. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. And if somebody loved me like you do me, oh, yes, it do me. Oh, yes, it do. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. guess nobody ever really dug me till he dug me. He dug me good. Don't let me down. 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 Don't let me down.
Hello, color my friend. Where do you think you're going to? And the road you've taken, here's no end. Color my friend, come back to me. Color my friend, 'cause I'm gonna miss you. Color my friend, the world is full of misery, and the road you've taken, there's no end. Color my friend, come back to me. Color my friend, 'cause I'm gonna miss you. Hello, color my friend. Where do you think you're going to? And the road you've taken, there's no end. Color my friend, come back to me. Color my friend, 'cause I'm gonna miss you. Color my friend, the world is full of misery, and the road you've taken, there's no end. Color my friend, come back to me. Color my friend, 'cause I'm gonna miss you.
So why, so why, so why, so why, so why, so why. Mama dara surulahi kone bina kumasa nebe sara la musohula hadununya musohula kula mogelema ibe kono ta segenna kidengolo segenna hakika no la mo abada kataga la mola ibodi la mola kika no to no dun abada sa so what so what so what Johnny nye la modenye, neni ndogo ni la modenye. Johnny nye la modenye, fanta bata la modenye. Na umanya nema, kala monye ponye ne duma la mo korodo. Johnny nye la modenye, neni ndogo ni la modenye. Ni wolo teni bibolo, ikana di katala mola. Ni demuzo mani bibolo, ikana di katala mola. Denje mani bibolo, ikana di katala mola. Ovena ni dozo kasiye, ovena ni sonjae sa so wa, so wa, so wa, so wa, so wa.
Didn't I treat you right now? Didn't I do the best I could? Didn't I give you everything? I tried my best just to be a man. Didn't I do right? Why you wanna leave me, baby? Didn't I treat you right? something wrong with you? Tell me. Bring me all your troubles, dear. You look bad, you should be glad. No mean man, no just be glad. Now sit down and let me kiss your love a little.
feel your love. I feel time is up. When I was a child, I never knew enough what that do to me. The wave of love is a transient hug. The water's the shell and we are the nut. But I saw a hand arch out of the barrel. Look at all the peaches. How do you celebrate? It can't appear inside of nowhere. It's already dead. I know you have the dove. I'm not getting wet. Looks like a date is set. Show the ferret to the egg. I'm not getting let along. Rushed in to hold down your page, and now I sleep side words you do not read with me. I hear a song from inside the maze, the very one you made. You shook at the ivory mantle. As a poet, I knew to be gentle. When you have a child, so begins the braiding, and in that braid you stay. Look at all the peaches. I want to celebrate. I can appear inside of nowhere. Look at all the peaches. It's already dead. I know you have the dove. I'm not getting wet. Looks like a date is set. Show the ferret to the egg. I'm not getting let along. The wave of love is a transient hug. Water's the shell and we are the nut. But I saw a match struck outside the barrel. It's already dead. I know you have the dove. I'm not getting wet. The barrel looks like a date is set. Show the ferret to the egg. I'm not getting let along. The barrel, it's already dead. I know you have the dove. I'm not getting wet. The barrel looks like a date is set. Show the ferret to the egg. I'm not getting let along.
Thank you. Welcome back from morning tea. It was delicious. Thank you, good and fugly. Now, who here likes Bluey? Lovely. Who here loves Bluey? Beautiful. Now, there's a few adults in the crowd with their hands up. Now, what seems to propel Bluey to the worldwide stage is its connection with the adults as well as the children. Our next speaker, Serena Peterson, is a current psychology and law student here at QUT. She is here to explore why Bluey captures the attention of an audience 3 times the age of its target market. Please make Serena feel welcome.
There's not a lot in this world that we can be truly certain about. But I'm willing to guarantee that most of us in this room have seen this little blue dog before. This little dog is, of course, the star of the global smash hit children's show, Bluey, created and founded right here in Brisbane. The show also takes place here, with the iconic skyline and sights visible as we follow the adventures of the Healer family. Bluey, a primary school-aged blue heeler dog, her little sister Bingo, their dad Bandit, and their mum Chili. Each bite-sized 7-minute episode offers a slice of life, delving into valuable life lessons and the nuances of parenting through a playful lens of childhood imagination. Since the show's debut in 2018, Bluey has taken the world by storm. The international success in particular is unlike any Australian media of its kind. In fact, Bluey is so popular that there are countless videos of kids in other countries pronouncing things like "no" and "mum" in little Australian accents. But what if I told you that the show isn't just a hit with kids? Evidently, I am not a child. Nor do I have any kids yet. But let me tell you, I have spent hours laughing, crying, questioning life, just being captivated by cartoon dogs. And it isn't just me. You might be surprised to see that this adult Bluey fans Facebook group has more than 600,000 members. Then there's the Bluey subreddit with over 200,000. And Bluey's also Insta-famous with 1.3 million followers. It's no secret, older audiences love Bluey, which really got me thinking, I mean, there has to be something more going on here because, well, no offense to the average 3-year-old, but you wouldn't find me watching something like Peppa Pig or Cocomelon in my free time. So what is it about Bluey that draws in older audiences? The show's creator, Joe Brumm, has spoken openly about his goal of creating something that parents and carers can genuinely enjoy rather than just tolerate. And there are definitely parts of the show that feel like they were put in for the adults watching, which isn't a new thing. I mean, we've all seen something like Shrek and been kind of astonished by some of the things that they slipped in there. But what I love about Bluey's adult subtext, we'll call it, is that its objective isn't always being crude or cheeky, but being relatable. And one of the most relatable moments of Bluey are the scenes where we see the back seat of the family car. I can see so much of my own childhood in this image, and I bet a lot of you watching have had a car that looks a lot like that one. Like most children's shows, Bluey episodes appear to be centered around some kind of life lesson. There's the classic, listen to your parents, eat your veggies, get back on the bike when you fall down. But then there are lessons like work-life balance is important. Raising kids isn't easy, sometimes you'll make mistakes. Aging can be daunting, and your health means everything. Not quite what you'd expect from a kids' show, is it? There's no shortage of moral teachings for kids and for adults. In particular, the show portrays adulthood in a way that's realistic and nuanced. We see the adult characters making mistakes, getting emotional, learning all kinds of lessons of their own. You can imagine how reassuring that would feel for a first-time parent or a teenager heading into adulthood. In the episode Baby Race, Chili, the mum, speaks openly about her experience with overthinking parenting and comparing herself to the other mums around her. She says she'll never forget receiving a visit from her friend Bella, a mother of 9 who's learnt a thing or two. Bella listens to Chili's troubles and tells her, there's something you need to know. You're doing great. These words are spoken to Chili on screen, but they aren't meant only for her ears. And it's interactions like these that set Bluey apart from the average kids' media. The show openly engages with its older viewers, not only acknowledging their presence, but often communicating directly to them. The level of dimension and authenticity in Bluey's stories and characters is exceptional. The writers haven't shied away from portraying disabilities and neurodivergence, and have even touched on things like anxiety, divorce, infertility, bullying, and death. The show's received a lot of praise for its portrayal of these more substantial themes in a way that is still digestible and meaningful for its younger audience. It can prompt adults to have conversations with kids about things that they might not have come across before. It could also help a child understand their own experience if they're going through something similar. There's an authenticity in the way that Bluey incorporates very important, real aspects of life with an appropriate balance of fun and lightheartedness that you'd expect from a cartoon. This authenticity has resonated with younger and older viewers alike. The show captures a quintessential childhood experience, evoking a rich sense of nostalgia in its older viewers, especially for Australians, seeing the crows and bin chickens hanging around the rubbish, or watching Bluey and Bingo get a sausage and bread at their local hardware store. Look familiar? But you don't need to be Australian to appreciate Bluey. There's such a true-to-life portrayal of imagination and play, with themes of school and friends and growing up, which makes the show so nostalgic. There are so many games and rhymes and dance moves that nobody even remembers learning. Every kid just seems to know. And Bluey incorporates these stunningly. The human brain is hardwired to crave that nostalgia. It makes us feel good, warm inside. From a psychology standpoint, adults often turn to things like nostalgia and childlike activities as a form of escapism, transporting our minds back to a simpler time to step away from the pressures of daily life for a little while. And there's good reason for this. As we grow up, life tends to become a lot less whimsical. There's very little room in our adult world for make-believe and pretend, and the way that we use our imaginations becomes a lot more practical and a lot less playful. For me, I'm not sure exactly when, but one day I stopped believing in the fairies that were living in the garden. And now, if I fall asleep in the car, I don't wake up magically in my bed. I just wake up with a weird neck. So the ability to escape for a moment, to re-experience some of that long-lost childhood magic through the lens of Bluey, has provided a lot of comfort and wholesomeness that's really touched people's hearts. Some adult fans who lived through difficult childhoods have described watching Bluey as therapeutic and healing. They find that it offers them a chance to vicariously experience the safe, warm, and positive environment that the characters are growing up in. It's also worth noting that Bluey's skyrocket into stardom sort of coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic. As the demand for at-home entertainment for children surged, a lot of grown-ups also found themselves turning to things like cartoons and nostalgic media as a way of getting through the worst of the pandemic. People can be particularly drawn to escapism during tough times. And in the last few years, a beautiful cartoon about a family of dogs has become a beacon of solace for many of us. So, relatability, authenticity, nostalgia, and comfort. There is one more key element that draws adult viewers into the world of Bluey, and that is the show's profound ability to introduce new perspectives. For a lot of us grown-ups, we have a responsibility to teach and nurture the little ones in our lives. But equally, there is so much that we can learn from them. Children approach the world with an innate sense of wonder. They always seem to find enjoyment and novelty in the mundane. And if it isn't there, they will create it. To Bluey and Bingo, that isn't just a swing, it's a cocoon. Let's play butterflies. That piece of cardboard looks like a volcano. I know, let's pretend we're dinosaurs. Anything can be a game. Anything can be new and exciting and fun. A lot of us adults, with our serious lives and our developed frontal lobes, could do with a reminder of that. Kids teach us to do a silly walk to spice up the housework, throw a sticky gecko toy at the ceiling and wait for it to fall down. Make friends with a stranger, dance in public, save a caterpillar's life. They teach us to approach the world with curiosity and hope and playfulness, and above all, they teach us not to take ourselves too seriously. Bluey has grown a devout audience of children, teenagers, and adults. And that's thanks to its relatability and authenticity, as well as the comfort and perspective that it has to offer. With its dimensional stories and characters against a backdrop of vibrant Australian imagery, Bluey really is more than just another cartoon for kids. So next time you find yourself interacting with a child or watching one of their TV shows or movies, remember that there may be something much deeper at play. And keep an eye out for all the weird and wonderful things that you can learn from little humans and little blue dogs. Thank you.
Please be advised that the next talk includes a single vehicle car accident and the loss of life. On the other side of the headline, there's a real person whose life has been laid bare and invaded by the media agenda. Our next speaker, Hannah Moon, is interested in the responsibility of journalism and journalists' accountability to the people they report on. Hannah is sharing with us from both sides of the headline, as a journalism student and as someone whose life has been invaded by the media. Please welcome Hannah to the stage.
When I first told people that I was going to study journalism at university, I was met time and time again with a response along the lines of, but anybody with a phone and a Facebook account is a journalist these days. And in a lot of rudimentary ways, they weren't wrong. We are all well aware that sharing information has never been more accessible or instantaneous than it is today. Good journalism is made up of a number of values and principles that allow it to remain unbiased and informative. These include impartiality, accuracy, transparency, and disclosure of all essential facts. So what happens when these traditional journalism practices are left to compete on a level playing field with the circulation of public discourse and misinformation? Well, you end up in a situation like the one we are in right now, where the journalism industry is fighting to remain relevant and public trust in the news and media is diminishing. I didn't have the slightest clue what I wanted to do with my life for most of high school. And it was really only as that lingering question of what next became much harder to brush off that I decided on a journalism degree. At the time, it simply seemed like a way to utilize my writing and communication skills that would see me exploring, interacting, and innovating in the world around me. This choice to become a journalist, while initially decided by a simple process of elimination, came to mean much more to me than I ever anticipated, as it entangled itself in experiences that reshaped my entire life. This is my little brother Joel, and in my final year of high school, he was killed in a single vehicle car accident. In an instant, myself and my family were thrown into the news and media spotlight at the very worst time of our entire lives. Throughout that time, we were exposed to the news and media industry at its absolute worst. Their approach towards us, as well as their methods of obtaining and publishing material, were insensitive, uncommunicative, sensationalised, and at times even factually inaccurate. There are no words to describe how it feels to live through the death of a younger sibling when you are only young yourself. Trying to navigate that while also dealing with the story being treated like a piece of meat was particularly abhorrent. But I'm not here today looking for sympathy. I'm here because I want your attention. This experience made me all too aware that the news and media has lost touch with the fact that there are real people behind every news story that we read, write, or talk about. The horrible experiences that I had with the media were deeply rooted in journalistic practices intending to provoke public interest or excitement, often at the expense of honesty, accuracy, or any consideration for the people within the story. This concept is called sensationalism, and it capitalises on society's hunger for information and inherent fascination with other people's trauma. It exploits unusual stories by expanding or overemphasising on the facts to seem more exciting or dramatic, with the intention of drawing in more readers or viewers. When a tragedy, like a fatal car accident, happens, to some extent, big, bold, front-page headlines are unavoidable. And while uncomfortable, even living it, you have some sense of understanding around why the public does need to be informed of the hard facts. The who, what, when, and where undoubtedly fall within the public interest and constitute news value. The issue arises when journalists and media organisations step over that line. For the most part, myself and my family kept our interactions with the media to a minimum throughout that time, and we didn't engage with requests for our side of the story. But over a year later, I wrote a victim impact statement, and I read it out loud to the court. Before we knew that Joel had died, I had actually been sent out looking for him that afternoon. And with the family settings on Find My iPhone, I was live tracking his location. Pulled directly and only from my statement to the court, the local media published that I was parked on the side of the road, only a few hundred metres from the crash site, when I received the news of Joel's death over the phone. The media handpicked only the most gut-wrenching parts from not only mine, but from the statements of everybody that spoke that day. And they put together a half-page article divulging our suffering. In terms of news value, the only part that could truly be justified were a few paragraphs in the back end explaining the proceedings and outcome in court that day. I wonder to this day what right the media had to my experiences. Only 2 months after the accident that Joel was killed in, the photos from that car crash were reused by the local media as the cover photo for a completely unrelated story. This meant that that photo was back in my social media feeds and circulating online. Upon my family's request, it was eventually removed from that article, but it shouldn't have been used in the first place. A local media publication in a small regional city should have had the humanity to know that that image was far from generic. The news and media cannot pander to an individual or a family, as that would compromise reliability and leave much of many stories untold. And yes, photos in any company's database are theirs to use. But only somebody completely detached from their community could neglect the devastation connected to those photos, especially that soon after the car accident had taken place. The car crash that Joel died in was a double fatality. Joel, the other girl who lost her life, and the driver were all teenagers. And there is absolutely no doubt that between them, entire communities were impacted by that crash. Friends, teachers from school, co-workers, family, friends, even the first responders. Recirculating that image online when there was absolutely no reason to do so was a thoughtless and senseless choice, and it did nothing but perpetuate harm. It's the epitome of how detached and indifferent the journalism industry has become from the stories that they report on. My lived experiences do give me unique insight into this problem. As a journalism student who's been on the receiving end of harmful reporting, I feel compelled to use my perspective to start this conversation around the damage that sensationalism and desensitized media is doing within society. Sensationalism and other poor journalism practices have become much more prevalent as our media consumption becomes increasingly digital. The intention is to keep people engaged in news and current affairs, but it's these same practices that are compromising the perceived credibility and reliability of modern-day journalism. The digital media age has begun to see media organisations more focused on getting the most clicks on their articles, or drawing in readers using whatever means necessary. This sees journalists publishing deliberately misleading headlines, or prioritising being the first to break a story above all else. Journalism is a powerful profession. The role of seeking out information, dictating what actually then becomes news, and presenting that to society, that holds a lot of significance. But even a career as invasive and investigative as journalism can be approached with kindness and a level of consideration. The pursuit of that power doesn't have to come at the expense of the people that we report on and for. I mentioned earlier that society has this inherent fascination with other people's trauma. And it's through this that we see behaviour like slowing down as you drive past an accident site, just to try and see what happened. Deliberately going through a street where a house burnt down to see the damage and devastation firsthand, maybe even taking a photo. These are normal human tendencies. I can recognise them in myself, and I became especially conscious of them after Joel died and my entire belief system was upended and rewritten. I'm not here today to shame this part of human nature, but rather to propose that actively marketing media towards these tendencies is ethically questionable, and it's establishing a system that perpetuates, escalates, and ultimately encourages the desensitisation of society. Under this model, the industry is capitalising on the very worst parts of human nature and the misfortune of others. There's room for discussion about how we approach this next wave of journalism. Journalists from cadetship programs or higher education are trained with an incredible toolkit and insight into what makes and stands the test of time as ethical, newsworthy reporting. But this is getting lost in an industry that is so overwhelmed by competition that it's begun encouraging those within it to beat that person with a phone and a Facebook account at their own game. Everyday people and active spreaders of misinformation are posting, sharing, and tweeting in pursuit of relevancy and attention. And in order to compete, the news media has fallen into replicating their approaches, doing exactly the same thing, but more of it. Flooding our media consumption with more of their content, more headlines, more sensationalized news, but more doesn't cut it. And it's doing an injustice to the capabilities of journalists. The news and media industry needs to be reframed so that rather than encouraging more, they strive instead to do and be better. Not more, but better. So, what role do consumers of news media play in that shift? The answer lies in being conscious and critical of the type of news that you're consuming. By identifying the type of news that you're engaging with, you can distance yourself from sensationalized, desensitized, and invasive stories. By disengaging with news that perpetuates the problem, you are helping stop this cycle by showing news media organizations that these approaches are not on. Next time you're scrolling through your feed, reading an article, or even sitting down for the 6 o'clock news, stop and think about what it is that you're actually consuming. Is it genuine news? Or is it sensationalism? Remind yourself that there are very real people on the other end, and question how much of your media consumption actually falls into a need-to-know basis. How would you feel if that was your story? The people that we read, write, and talk about are real people with real experiences, real emotions, and real lives. They are not entertainment. It's time we start treating them as such. Thank you.
If you require any mental health support, there are a number of services on the screen behind me for you to contact. And if you require any immediate assistance, please chat with our event crew. We will now have a short video intermission exploring the history of light as per the TEDxQUT theme this year.
Superstar DJs. Here we go! Hey girls, beat boys, superstar DJs. Here we go! Hey girls, beat boys, superstar DJs. Here we go! Hey girls, beat boys, superstar DJs. Here we go! Hey girls, beat boys, superstar DJs. Here we go!
When I ask you, what is Australia's identity? A few things may spring to mind. Beautiful beaches, eucalyptus trees, a familiar Yatla pie on the side of the road. But what about community? Our next speaker, Brian Luckins, brings this sense of community into a modern context through an unfolding story. Brian is a Master of Business student here at QUT with over 15 years of experience in the travel industry. When asked, fight, flight, or give up, Brian says we should work together. Let's make him feel welcome.
This is my community. My neighbours, we're first home buyers, young families, pensioners, blue-collar workers, and we live in what is now known as the Maruka War Workers Estate. The estate was designed during World War II as temporary accommodation for workers in the nearby munitions factories. Temporary accommodation that was designed to be demolished at the end of the war. However, during the war, Brisbane falls into a pretty dire housing crisis. So the state government, they proposed that these 200 homes be made permanent. Despite the severity of the housing crisis, the Lord Mayor at the time, Sir John Chandler, he knows these homes are meant to be temporary. He thinks this is a bad idea and opposes it. He calls the homes dog boxes, the project will be a virtual slum, and overall the concept a disgrace for the government. Regardless, the state government, they push on, and 200 of these homes are built. It's now the 1980s, and Brisbane's growing. Older homes are being demolished to make way for new homes, but Brisbane's concerned that it's starting to lose its character. So the Brisbane City Council, they introduced in 1987 the city's first character protection laws. Now what this does is it stops old homes from being demolished, and if you want to renovate, you have to get council approval. So, we get a letter in the mail. It's 2022, 35 years later, 181 of these homes are still standing, and the council are looking to increase our homes from character to heritage listing. Heritage is the highest possible restriction you can put on a property. You can't touch the inside or outside of your home without strict approval. You can't fix a broken roof tile. You can't install a ceiling fan. You can't even paint your home without costly and onerous approvals. There's no exceptions, and heavy fines apply. The part that hurts the most is that your home actually loses 15% of its house value. Now, if you consider you're a first home buyer, you've just lost your house deposit. This makes your home a form of a financial prison. So, I call the council and I say, what can I do if I don't want this on my home? And they say, no worries, there's a public consultation process. You'll get the opportunity to write one submission during a 30-day window where we'll take under consideration your concerns. I think, okay, no worries, there's a chance here. So I go home, I get on the old Google, and I just look how many homes are on the Heritage Register. There are over 500 homes on the Brisbane Heritage Register. So I go back to council and I ask, I'm just curious, how many times has public consultation changed the outcome of a heritage proposal? The answer is never. It's never changed the outcome. So in my mind, consultation is broken. Now, I'm not naive. I know to the facts that in this economy, there are many people facing the prospect of not even being able to afford their own home. This conversation isn't about housing. It's not actually even about heritage. It's about what came together as a community, what brought us together to effect change over the next 2 years. So, it's 2022. We've just received the letter. All the homeowners, we get together, and what do? We form an action group. I find myself falling into a chairperson role, which is fine. I've been in leadership for a long time, over 15 years. I look after people in other continents and other customs and cultures. And I find in the corporate world, leadership's a pretty transferable skill. Regardless of geography, people want direction, they want security, and they want to know that their future has some opportunity in it. Despite this confidence, I quickly found that it was actually my neighbours, those people who are closest to me, that would inform some of my most valuable leadership beliefs that I have today. My first belief was that communities are generally purpose-driven. What do I mean by this? Well, in business, we try to introduce purpose, but ultimately we're all there to be paid. So what do businesses have? They have a visionary leader. Communities, they don't have a leader. It's not about one person. It's about the collective. So what do you do when you don't have a hierarchy, when there's no boss or board to drive you forward? Well, you end up with purpose. Purpose becomes a really clear North Star. In 2022, it took us 60 seconds to agree what our purpose was, and that was we wanted to go back to character protection. This would become our key message. It would be on fence signs and newspaper articles. Whenever anyone spoke to us, it was that we spoke to. When we had really tough decisions to be made, this is our North Star. Purpose was our really clear North Star. My second belief about community is that it's generally a democracy. Anyone who works in a corporate business knows there's no democracy. That really strong visionary leader, they're effective because they have a clear path and the rest of the business falls into line behind them. So, how does this translate to community and leadership? For me, this was very much a humbling experience. For me, I see myself as a leader who jumps in, takes actions, gets things done. But at this point in time, there had been a 0% success rate of public consultation actually working. And unlike the workplace, I couldn't escape these people. They were my neighbours. I see them every day when I walk the dog, at the shops. They walk past my home. If this went wrong, would they hold me accountable in some way? It's absolutely this fear that meant for the first couple of months, I didn't really have a loud voice. What I did instead was invite as many other experts along as I could. We started with real estate agents. We had architects, town planners. We got our local councillor along. Our state member, he became a bit of a regular. And it didn't take too long until we started to realise that this community was actually driving itself forward. We were hearing from these experts, what would they do if they were in our shoes? We'd quickly discuss it as a community. We'd take action and we would drive the community forward. And those people who didn't agree with what we were doing, they were still on board because they could see the momentum. We had genuinely democratised our community. The role of the chair wasn't to be that visionary leader at the front. It was actually very different. It was about making sure that everyone else was heard and that their voices were genuinely heard. So we have this clear purpose. We have this democratic engine. It's driving us forward. What do we do when we start to find out how expensive taking on council through the traditional legal system is going to be? We're not lawyers. We don't have that kind of money. No one's a town planner. So we have to think differently. The other challenge we have is that Brisbane sees heritage as really good, and we're challenging the homes, threatening them. This meant that we couldn't rely on the wider Brisbane community to support our cause. So what were we going to do? My third belief about leadership and community, they're incredibly resourceful. I just want to take a moment, let's talk about resources. The Brisbane City Council, they're what we call a mega council. They're the largest council in Australia. They're the size of 35 Sydney or 31 Melbourne local government areas. In 2022, they generate $3 billion worth of revenue. They have a dedicated heritage team and a pretty significant media budget. They get to write the rules, and with their money bags, they get to enforce them. In contrast, my elderly neighbour across the road, she watches TV at night in the dark to save money on her electricity bill. So we had to be resourceful. Now, there's no better place to start than remembering the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Our challenge was how do we bring these everyday Aussies together to create the best possible outcome. So we started by just sharing our skills. Our contacts, who are often just our friends or family, and if nothing else, our willingness to share time. It didn't matter who you were, it turns out you absolutely had something to offer. Quickly, opportunities emerged. We had those fence signs being created. We were on the radio sharing our story with Brisbane. We even started a petition. There was this enormous flurry of energy, not because we were winning, not because we had any meaningful interactions with council yet, but as a community, we were achieving things that as individuals, we couldn't hope to have achieved. But as a group, was coming really, really easily. So, where do we go from here? Line, please. It wasn't all unicorns and rainbows. Those unicorns get me every time. It wasn't all unicorns and rainbows. Breakthroughs, they turned out to be dead ends. We really struggled. We really couldn't get time with council, no matter how hard we tried. But in August 2023, an opportunity presented itself. National coverage on the primetime opening spot of A Current Affair. 6 glorious minutes of sharing our story with Australia. And you wouldn't believe it, guess who called back? The council. The very next week, we had that meeting we were looking for, and we shared our story with council, what was the emotional, financial impacts it was having. And the part that we really found quite confronting is that these considerations, the impacts on the residents and the homeowners, they're not actually part of the heritage listing process. So, somewhat deflated, but we pushed forward and we kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And in August 2023, we had a breakthrough. The Brisbane City Council, they've just said that if half of the affected residents don't support the change, then the whole community will go back to character. This is a massive achievement for us, but we don't have time to celebrate because we still have to write the submission. And now we're really confused. What do we say to make sure that our voice is actually heard? How do we make sure that our voice is counted? So those who could, we went and worked with those who couldn't. And I'm really proud to say, over the next couple of months, we created over 300 individual submissions. That was 78% of the affected community. In July 2024, it's nearly 2 years since we got that first letter from council. We got the next letter that said, we're going back to character. Now, this was cause for celebration. I've had a lot of time to reflect on what this experience has meant for myself and for these 180 families that I call my community. It's really changed my perspective on both community and leadership. I've come to appreciate what's the value of good consultation and what happens when it's not done well. But conversely, I have hope because I've seen you don't need a lot of energy to drive community. What you need are a lot of voices. And you need to give those voices time to be genuinely heard. So, do we need more resources to achieve more change, to do more good? I've seen firsthand, not necessarily, but you absolutely do need to treat your community like a democracy where these voices are genuinely heard. And purpose brings people from all walks of life together, unites them, and gives them a common North Star on where they should send their energy. Are these just words, or do I genuinely believe them? I genuinely believe them because 568 times individual homes, individual voices have been added to the Heritage Register. Consultation has never changed the outcome. The Maruka Woolworkers Estate was the first time a community was impacted, the first time these voices came together, and with these simple learnings, the first time the community affected change for heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker, Dr. Zara Stardust, is the Chief Investigator at QUT Digital Media Research Centre, scholar, mom, and solicitor. She is also a rainbow-head explosion of colour, professional underdresser, pole dancer, and sex worker activist. Today, she is here to share with us a new approach to porn literacy. In particular, why the voices of porn performers are crucial to revolutionize the conversation. Put your hands together for Dr. Zara Stardust.
I get asked a lot of intimate questions. Have you ever faked an orgasm? Are your boobs real? What's the weirdest thing you've done on camera? I think I get asked a lot of intimate questions because I've been involved in a lot of intimate encounters. And when you're naked on the internet, people seem to feel comfortable asking you things that they would never ask their teachers or their parents or their partners. And what I found from these conversations is that people have a lot of questions about pornography, but they rarely receive informed answers. The most frustrating questions I get about pornography are not from individuals, they're from governments. As someone who has worked in both porn and policy, as a researcher of sexual media, I hear the same conversations over and over again. Pornography is violent, pornography is addictive, pornography is a public health crisis. And despite all of the inquiries and all the reports, governments have some of the worst porn literacy I've ever encountered. So a politician might say, look at this scene we've found on Pornhub. How do we stop people from seeing this? But what they rarely ask is, how is that scene negotiated? Does that performer have access to justice if they have a bad experience? What can we do to make sure performers have access to collective bargaining power in their workplaces? This sidelining of sex worker experience is alarming, because how can you make sense of what you see if you don't know how it's made? And how can you understand how it's made if you don't ask the people who make it? Porn literacy is a subset of media literacy. It's a skill set for thinking critically about pornography. But the porn literacy programs that get the most airtime just tend to teach people that porn is not real. It promotes unhealthy sexual expectations. It's fantasy. It's entertainment. Don't try it at home. There's often this simplistic distinction between porn sex and real sex, porn stars and real people. But porn performers are portrayed as caricatures and stereotypes. And what these programs really teach is that only heteronormative, monogamous, vanilla kinds of sex are realistic or healthy. This can't be the only thing that we teach people about pornography. What if we taught people that pornography was real? Hear me out. I don't mean let's take porn literally, in the sense that we should expect our pizza delivery person is always up for it. I don't mean let's copy this gangbang scene pose for pose without learning the skills to execute it with physical and emotional safety. I mean, let's teach people that there are material realities that shape this industry that people ought to know about. Yes, porn is performative. It's mediated. It also involves real people. We have real sex. We use our real bodies. It's real work. And like most work under capitalism, sometimes it's pleasurable and sometimes it sucks. And the line between what is performative and what is authentic can actually be really blurry. When we just teach people that porn is fake or harmful, we miss a multitude of opportunities to talk about so many critical things. Our lack of comprehensive sex education, how porn stigma infiltrates our public conversations, the media monopolies that control what we see, hierarchies of sexual desirability, systems of racial capitalism, the creep of biopolitical surveillance, the ethics of intimate imagery. These are the conversations we must be having if we want a different relationship with sexual media. And it's porn performers we must be listening to if we want to revolutionize porn literacy. Porn work is hard work. I don't know if any of you have tried to take a photo of your face and your butt in the same frame. It takes a lot of physical dexterity and emotional fortitude. When governments position pornography as this monolithic billion-dollar industry, they obscure so many of the moving people and parts behind this figure. Much pornography is DIY, made by amateurs in bedrooms. It appeals to people looking for creative, flexible work. Porn performers are fighting for fair pay, to negotiate our contracts in advance, for a range of safer sex options, to have control over the marketing language that's used to describe us. Porn is not just any work. It's precarious. It's stigmatized. It's often criminalized. When my colleague raised an issue about her workplace conditions, it prompted a media frenzy, and police raided her workplace. It's the kind of work that leaves a visual trace, one which can be used to deny us access to employment or social services. Porn stigma can even cost us our lives. Understanding the labor of pornography is essential for audiences, to humanize porn workers, to be invested in our bodily integrity, to truly grasp the concept that sex work is work. porn is also a media product. There are so many different kinds of pornography, so many different audiences, so many different creators. We can't just say that pornography is this or it does that. Porn has multiple genres, from comedy to romance to horror to documentary. There are feminist pornographies, queer pornographies, ecosexual pornographies. I've even worked with producers who call their approach slow porn, like slow food or slow fashion. By focusing on media, we start to understand these systems of sexual content moderation and curation that shape what kinds of pornography are visible. It's likely that you're not seeing feminist websites because they're buried in search engine results. It's likely that you're not seeing Black-owned businesses or body-positive content because they're suppressed by algorithms that amplify thin white bodies. It's likely that you're not seeing queer sexual practices because they're often illegal to depict, or they're against the terms of service of the platforms or the credit card companies. Audiences should know that what we see online is the result of a media ecosystem dominated by tube sites, many of them built on piracy and monopolization, that make it almost impossible for indie producers to survive. This is essential porn literacy. In my research, I've spoken to so many queer, feminist, sex worker-led platforms who are aspiring to take a different approach to sexual content moderation and curation. More than half those sites have shut down, citing the difficulties of trying to bring their visions to life in a regulatory environment that just does not want them to exist. When I asked what were their breaking points, the catalysts were all too familiar. Constant deplatforming and demonetization, making it impossible to advertise. Repeated financial discrimination, having their funds frozen, not being able to open bank accounts. Onerous regulation that impinged upon their privacy and put them at risk. How can we expect diverse pornographies to proliferate if the systems are actively built to deter them? Pornography is not unregulated. It's regulated badly. Understanding this context is crucial. Governments treat pornography as dangerous, platforms treat it as a risk to brand safety, and both work in tandem to foreclose more radical possibilities of what pornography could be. But what if we stopped treating pornography as a problem and we started treating it as an opportunity? And what if we valued the wealth of knowledge that porn performers bring to the table? A friend of mine, she was known as the porno mum at her daughter's high school, organised a porn literacy panel where porn performers spoke alongside sexologists and psychologists and nurses. And when you put teens in conversation with porn stars, they have really important questions. How does this differ to the kind of sex you have off-screen? How do you navigate your romantic relationships? Were you using lube? These kind of candid conversations do so much to dispel the myths around pornography. Teenagers are having these conversations. Why can't governments? There are so many alternatives for how we relate to pornography. I've watched porn in mainstream cinemas with tiered seating and popcorn. I've attended week-long porn film festivals as a performer, a producer, and a judge, where we screened local, experimental content that wouldn't otherwise be distributed. In these spaces, people come together not to watch porn in isolation, but to talk about it in community, over the panels, over the Q&A, in the queue for the bathrooms. Some of my favorite experiences have been facilitating live adult sex education workshops, with fellow porn performers in dance studios, in adult stores, in leather bars, where participants surrounded us, asking us questions about our technique and our body language and our sensations in real time. These kinds of learning experiences could transform how we practice porn literacy. Unfortunately, governments don't tend to invest in porn literacy. They spend most of their time trying to restrict access to pornography, investing in facial recognition technology to guesstimate the ages of porn consumers, or incentivizing platforms to screen our devices or our online posts for sexual content. These kinds of surveillance solutions are unlikely to stop people from finding pornography. But what they do is create significant collateral damage. Porn and nudity filters spend so much of their time and energy trying to detect skin pixels or eggplant emojis or the gender of people's nipples that they routinely censor health promotion, harm reduction, and sex education material, screening, detection, removal. These have become the hallmarks of public porn policy, rather than equipping people with the skills that they need to understand the content that they will inevitably encounter. So what should we do if we want to create a different relationship to pornography? Well, as a consumer, if you want to broaden your sexual tastes, seek out a variety of content. Your experience will be different if you're browsing a tube site that is run by a multinational conglomerate compared to an independent platform run by a sex worker cooperative. For educators, involve young people and porn performers in your porn literacy campaigns. Young people are often critical media consumers. It's usually adults who are the problem. It's adult fears that prevent young people from accessing information that is relevant to them, like how to have consensual, pleasurable sex, or how to practice kink safely. Sex workers have long been at the forefront of public health initiatives. For decades, we've written about sexual communication and consent. Porn performers are the missing ingredient in porn literacy, and centering us in your program design will lend credibility to your sexual health messaging. As for governments, it's about time politicians stood up and said, let's decriminalize fisting. If we're serious about creating equitable sexual cultures, then we need to create the conditions that permit them to thrive. Decriminalization is just the first step. Break up big tech. End financial discrimination against sex workers. Introduce penalties for the platforms that employ racist, queerphobic, whorephobic algorithms. Roll out comprehensive sex education, invest in porn literacy, and pay porn performers to lead it. As for all of us here in the room today, pornography is not something that is outside culture. Even if you don't watch it, we're all still impacted by porn stigma. If you've ever taken a nude and sent it to a lover, you may have considered many of the issues that porn performers do on a commercial scale, like how is that image going to be kept? And what happens if it gets leaked or shared or monetized without your consent? Many of us produce and disseminate explicit media, whether it's through sexting or hookup apps. This means that we need to create ethical digital sexual cultures where we teach people to handle intimate imagery with care, with reverence. A decade from now, what do we want our sexual media landscape to look like? I've recently become a new mum. My toddler is here today out the back, creating absolute chaos, no doubt. And one day, they will grow up, and they may find my content on the internet. and I'll be answering more intimate questions. I hope that by the time that happens, we have created a world where porn literacy is embedded in sex education curriculum. I hope that we have cultivated a media culture where bisexual content creators are valued and respected. I hope that we've developed an ethics whereby intimate imagery is not something to be ashamed of or exploited or weaponized. And I hope that we are having genuine conversations about pornography that are led by the people whose bodies are on the line. Thank you so much.
That brings us to the end of our second session. Now, it is lunchtime, so as per morning tea, may I remind you that if you have any dietary requirements, please ensure you visit the dietary requirements table and take this opportunity to grab some TEDxQT merchandise or even a ticket to tonight's after party. We will see you back here in the theatre at 1:25.
Pick it up, mister. Hear what I said, sir, yeah. No, yeah. Get your hands in the air, sir. Woo, yeah. Then you will get no hurt, mister. No. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. What they say. Don't you hear? I say, yeah. This is what they say. Do you believe I would take something with me and give it to the policeman? I wouldn't do that. And if I do that, I would say, sir, come on and put the charge on me. I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not a fool to hurt myself, so I was innocent of what they done to me. They was wrong. Listen to me one more time. They were wrong. Oh yeah, give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times. Talk about a party, everybody sing party, everybody come party, every one of you party, everyone come party, listen. I reach the plane and I go to Connecticut. I hear the people talking, they want me to do my reggae stuff. Go to Boston, and they acting the same way too. All up in the beer, they want me to do my thing. In that party, everybody just party, sing about party, everyone come party, listen. Don't want to be a liar, I want to tell the truth. To each and every one, I want to do my reggae stuff. No, I'm from Jamaican. I want to do my Jamaican stuff. Everywhere I go, I feel and keep on doing like about party, party, in that party, party, somebody come party. Somebody come and help me now. Whoa, hey, listen, mercy.
It's just the same. Love and death, they walk hand in hand. The way to thy grave is just the same.
je t'embrasse, plus j'aime t'embrasser, plus je t'enlace, plus j'aime t'enlacer. Le temps qui passe ne peut rien y changer. Mon cœur bat quand tu t'en vas, mais tout va bien quand tu reviens, car plus je t'embrasse, plus j'aime t'embrasser. Je ne peux m'en lasser. J'en ai tellement d'envie que j'oublie tout dans la vie. C'est insensé ce que j'aime t'embrasser. Plus je t'embrasse, plus j'aime t'embrasser. Plus je t'enlace, plus j'aime t'enlacer. Le temps qui passe ne peut rien y changer. Mon cœur bat quand tu t'en vas, mais tout va bien quand tu reviens, car plus je t'embrasse, plus j'aime t'embrasser. Je ne peux m'en lasser. J'en ai tellement d'envie que j'oublie tout dans la vie. C'est un sens ce que j'aime t'embrasser. Plus tu m'aimes, plus je t'aime, plus j'aime t'embrasser.
saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Blue moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I really could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Blue moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I really could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
You say you like the wind blowing through your hair. Well, come on, roll with me till the sun goes down. Texas sun. Say you wanna hit the highway while the engine roars. Well, come on, roll with me till the sun goes down. The Texas sun, oh yeah. Texas sun, caressing you from Fort Worth to Amarillo. Well, come on, roll with me till the sun dips low. Texas sun, Texas sun, oh girl. Texas sun. When I'm far from home and them cold winds blow, stuck out somewhere, folks I don't know. 'Cause you keep me nice and you keep me warm. Wanna feel you on me, can't wait to get back there again. Texas sun. Texas sun. Texas sun. Texas sun. You say you like the wind blowing through your hair. Well, come on, roll with me till the sun goes down. Texas sun. Texas sun. Oh, baby, you're so gorgeous. How about you and me? Take a little trip. In the big body. Take a ride with me, babe. You by my side. How does it sound? You and I. Oh, girl. Take a ride with me, babe. You by my side. How does it sound? You and I. Baby, oh. Take a ride with me, babe. You by my side. How does it sound? You and I. Deeply so low when I'm far away in another place, holding out to more. Just is your pillow, waiting for your love. You in all the ways, in another place. All I'm thinking of, just can't get enough. You, and I be everywhere I go. What's his name? On my mind. I found above. Reach rolling today. Though I'm far away, your fantasy I love, just can't get enough. Your love when I'm far away in another bay, hard it have to move, but just as your pillow, waiting for your love. You in all the ways, in another place. All I'm thinking of, just can't get enough. Pitch black like the midnight sky. Eyes like the jungle, you're something wild. Her sweet melody sings wherever I go, running through my mind, singing this role. Maybe I'll write a letter from this little old country town down in Texas. I'll keep it here for you. Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary, can we go together? change, seasons go by. You said hello, you said goodbye. Did you run away, Mariella? Where did you go? Somewhere new, somewhere old. Maybe I don't ever wanna live alone in a country town down in Texas. The memory of you. Mariella, 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 Mariella. Mariella, 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 Mariella,
Welcome back to our last session of the day. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And now to kick us off and keep our energy level up, I would love to introduce the QUT Rhythm Avenue Dance Society, also known as QUT RADS. QUT RADS is a vibrant dance society exploring the art of movement through hip-hop, contemporary, Bollywood, and commercial styles. It is open for dancers of all skill levels to learn, grow, and express themselves. Please make them feel welcome.
दिन नाचा जो ट्विटर पे ट्रेंड हो गया नासिक के ढोल पे धन 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 नाचा तो सबका दी एंड हो गया मेरे इशारे पे तो दिन दिन नाचा जो ट्विटर पे ट्रेंड हो गया दिखा दूं तुझे मेरा वाला डांस ये मेरा वाला डांस तो नाचू
You know that I'm greedy for that. Boy, you give me feelings never felt before. I'm making it obvious by knocking at your door. I know that I'm coming tonight. You know I'm coming tonight. Don't want to deny it anymore. Been in the state of mind. Been in the state of mind. Been in the state of mind. Baby, you got lucky 'cause you're rocking with the best. And I'm greedy 'cause I'm so greedy. 'Cause I'm so I ain't talking money, I'm just physically obsessed. And I'm greedy 'cause I'm so greedy. 'Cause I'm so greedy. You know that I'm greedy for that. You know that I'm greedy for that. 'Cause I'm so greedy. You know that I'm greedy for that. You know that I'm greedy for that.
Yo, back up now and give a brother room. The fuse is lit and I'm about to go boom. Mercy, mercy, mercy me. Oh, my life was a cage, but on stage I'm free. Hyped up, psyched up, ready for wildin'. Standing in a crowd of girls like an island. I see the one I wanna sit. Come here, cutie. I flip her around and then I work that booty. Work the body, work the body. Slow down, girl, you're about to hurt somebody. Hold up, yo, let's get just one thing clear. There's only one reason, but I came here. You women don't want me to tell you what's up. You women don't want me to tell you what's up. You women don't want me to tell you what's up. I came here tonight to hear the crowd go. Boom, shake, shake, shake the room. 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 Fellas, grab your ladies if your lady fine. Tell her she don't want for life. Ladies, grab your fellas and let's do this right.
What you got? Small money, betting I'll be better off without you. In no time I'll be forgetting all about you. You saying that you know, but I really doubt you. Understand my life is easy when I ain't around you. Iggy, too biggie to be his stress, and I'm thinking I love the thought of you more than I love your presence. And the best day now was probably for you to exit. I let you go, let you back. I finally learned my lesson. No head stepping either, you want it or you just playing. I'm listening to you knowing I can't believe what you're saying. It's a million views, baby boo, so don't be dumb. I got 99 problems, but you won't be one. Like what? किसी को मेरा है नशा जवानी कहते हैं मुझे है मेरे आशिक हर जगह किसी को मेरी हसरतें किसी की मैं हूँ दिलरुबा मुझे पाने के वास्ते मांगे दुआ सारा ज़माना हसीनों का दीवाना समाना गए फिर क्यों बुरा है दिल लगाना Let me introduce you to my party people in the club.
I'm loose, and everybody knows I get off the train. Baby, it's the truth. I'm like Inception, I play with your brains, I don't sleep or snooze. I don't play no games, so don't get it confused, no. Cause you will lose, yeah. Now pump it up and back it up like a Tonka truck.
If you go hard, you gotta get on the floor. If you're a party freak, then step on the floor. If you're an animal, then tear up the floor. Break a sweat on the floor, yeah, we work on the floor. Don't stop, keep it moving, put your drinks up. Pick your body up and drop it on the floor. Let the rhythm change your world on the floor. You know we're running shit tonight on the floor.
Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa.
Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor. Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little. Everybody get on the floor. Pick the party up, we about to get it on. Everybody get on the floor. Pick the party up, we about to get it on. Everybody get on the floor. Pick the party up, we about to get it on. Everybody get on the floor. Pick the party up, we about to get it
Thank you to QT Rads for that electrifying performance. Now, do you remember what it was like working or studying without artificial intelligence? AI has seemed to, I see a few yeses. We're not all that young. AI has seemed to woven itself into almost every aspect of our lives, yet its role as an education tool is still unfolding. Our next speaker, Oliver Keel, is a data science student here at QUT. He is here to offer a student's perspective on integrating artificial intelligence into education and assessment policy. Let's welcome Oliver to the stage.
To the students in the room, raise your hand if you've ever used generative AI, like ChatGPT, to help you write an assignment. Come on now, don't be shy. Your professors aren't in the room. Hopefully. I definitely have. Generative AI is the single most powerful learning tool I've ever used. It's my 24/7 tutor, my eagle-eyed proofreader, and my favorite brainstorming tool. I'm not alone. In a survey of over 800 university students, more than half of them said generative AI had helped them get better grades. But I'm also not alone in being confused by universities' generative AI policies. Students are often unsure if they can use generative AI, and more importantly, how much AI use is allowed. In my short time at university, I've completed 8 different units, and every single unit has had a different generative AI directive. So that meant that every single time I sat down to write an assignment, I grappled with one annoyingly complicated question. Is using generative AI cheating? And am I doing it? 60% of university students are worried about being accused of cheating with generative AI. The rules surrounding AI use are constantly changing and are inconsistent within educational institutions. I have 2 units where I'm learning to code in the same programming language. In one unit, all AI use is allowed. In the other, none at all. It just doesn't make sense. Universities need to provide a clear and nuanced definition of acceptable generative AI use. Students like me are bearing the consequences of enforcing vague and often nonsensical policies. The AI detection software used by universities are unreliable and rarely accurate. These tools are unable to definitively prove AI plagiarism and do not provide clear justification for flagging students' work. They also discriminate against non-native English speakers, falsely identifying their work as AI generated at far higher rates than their peers. In a Stanford study, 60% of non-native English speakers' essays were misclassified as AI generated. The ethical debate about how we use AI is at the forefront of policy conversations, and that's great. We absolutely need to be having those discussions, but the equally important ethical problems of generative AI policing appear to be largely ignored. Universities have an imperative to provide for their students and provide clarity around the use of generative AI. The AI detection software used by universities is not yet reliable enough to provide a one-size-fits-all solution or to detect users who engage with this technology in the wrong way. And when universities apply a slew of different policies against different faculties, subjects, and disciplines, students are left to fend for themselves on an uneven and inequitable playing field. So, how do we fix AI detection? That's the wrong question to ask. It's the easy question, the one that pops right into your head, the, oh, okay, we've got a problem, what's the solution type question. Consider, what if we stopped focusing on detecting AI use and started focusing on designing AI use? Students subverting assessment design and learning objectives isn't a detection problem, it's a design problem. Generative AI is such an incredibly powerful, innovative, and accessible tool that needs to be fully embraced by educational institutions. So how do we design the ways students learn and are assessed with AI in mind? Well, the first thing we need to do is change our AI vocabulary. Terms like AI plagiarism and detection should be replaced with responsible AI use and design. This might look like adopting a generative AI policy framework that sits separately to plagiarism in university policy documents. The time for a nuanced discussion that accepts the place of generative AI in universities is now. There are undoubtedly risks to AI adoption, bias, and an over-reliance on these tools, to name a few. But students need to learn how to use AI responsibly and ethically. Students will soon enter workplaces where AI use is expected. The ability to use AI effectively and mitigate its risks are quickly becoming key skills.
Just as proficiency in Microsoft Office became expected, so too will proficiency in generative AI. If not in universities, then where will students learn these skills? To design the ways universities adopt generative AI technologies, we need a variety of perspectives. Not just students and teachers, but industry groups, employers, businesses using AI, and ethicists. Reframing AI use from a detection problem to a design problem allows us to broaden the discussion and include a more diverse array of perspectives. By accepting AI use as a design problem, we can foreground voices discussing the ethics of AI, 21st century skills, and future-ready education. Line, please. The ways in which we decide to use AI now will shape our world in the coming years. Universities have been presented with this incredible opportunity to shape the way we interact with and use generative AI. So, I have good news for you guys today. These conversations and the reframing of generative AI use are already happening right here in Australia. Monash University has developed an excellent framework for this discussion based on 3 questions. 1, does the assessment need to change? 2, how can we design AI into the assessment? And 3, how can we design AI out? The order of these questions is really important. When undertaking this redesign process, we first need to reevaluate the skills being assessed. Being a human is about more than passing a capture test. It's about creativity, critical thinking, and empathy. These uniquely human skills should be the focus of university in an era of rapidly moving technological change. After critically evaluating the subject matter of our assignments, we then need to focus on bringing AI in. Only then do we answer the question of how to design AI out. Designing AI out of an assessment means creating tasks generative AI can't do. For example, asking a student to verbally explain their reasoning to a teacher to ensure they understand key concepts. As we attempt to design a future-ready higher education system, opting out of new technology should be the exception, not the norm. So let's have a quick think about what this actually looks like in an essay. For example, generative AI could be used to brainstorm ideas, scaffold responses, help students find those words they just can't quite remember, rewrite paragraphs, proofread, and so much more. It can do the grunt work for students, giving them more time to express their creativity and critical thinking. But it could also write the entire thing for them. So our assessments need to become more holistic, designing AI out, where necessary, to prove that students have a deep understanding of subject matter. This might look like assessing students on their verbal reasoning, thought processes, or engagement in peer debate. We can let AI write for us, but we can't let AI think for us. The challenge of adopting new technology isn't new. From typewriters to calculators, the internet, and now generative AI, change is the one constant. Universities have been presented with this incredible opportunity to shape the way we interact with and use generative AI by creating an environment where AI use is accepted, integrated, and perhaps even encouraged. We can create, collaborate, and inform how these frameworks are designed if we work together. We can lobby universities to redesign themselves for the age of AI. And when they ask for our perspectives in surveys, panels, and forums, we can and have to answer. Student voices need to be heard. Redesigning higher education for the age of AI won't be easy, but plainly, it is the only option we have that allows students to survive and thrive in a rapidly changing world. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. And now moving on to our next talk. Let's take a moment to think. If your doctor asked you to have more fiber in your diet, would you eat a range of fruit and veggies, or would you just rely on apples? Our consumption of the media is very similar. Our next speaker, Emma Dyson, is here to share with us how an unending stream of information impacts our knowledge consumption. Emma is interested in the knowledge we consume and how it shapes our perception of the world around us. Please welcome Emma to the stage.
$720,000 hours. That's roughly equivalent to 4,000 weeks, 1,000 months, or about 82 years, a reasonable length of time for a human lifespan. It's also the amount of video content that gets uploaded onto YouTube every single day. It doesn't need to be said, but you couldn't watch it all even if you tried. We are distributing more information today than at any other time in history. The last 100 years have seen a complete revolution in the ways we communicate about social issues, current affairs, and our cultures. The last 30 years have seen an explosion in the amount of knowledge we are exposed to with internet access, smartphones, and of course, the ubiquitous social media. We've gone from magazines to radio broadcasts to television, and now the algorithmically curated, infinitely scrollable pages that come built into our apps and browsers. They call it a feed for a reason. Suffice it to say, we live in a world with information that is more abundant and accessible than ever before. If this is the case, then why haven't we already figured out how to cure all cancers and fix the rest of the world's problems? I mean, we have the entirety of human knowledge sitting in our back pockets right now. What is out there may be unlimited, but the problem remains in choosing what to spend our time on. After all, there is only so much that our brains can comprehend. We now have constant access to a never-ending supply of things to look at. This makes it easy to understand why we are so predisposed to heuristics. Heuristics are mental shortcuts that let us make quick judgments in cases of uncertainty. Mental shortcuts that let us focus on whatever stands out the most. We generalize, approximate, summarize, put things into 25 words or less, or ask for the TLDR. Sometimes this is enough when we just need a straightforward answer to a question. But what if what we want to learn about isn't straightforward, or it's an issue where opposing viewpoints need to be considered? In these cases, the required nuance cannot be conveyed accurately by something as simple as a headline. It's time to think critically about the effect this flood of suggested content is having on us. To do that, let's revisit a tool created for diet guidance back in 1980, the healthy eating pyramid. We're all familiar with these basic guidelines, which elegantly illustrate what it means to eat a balanced diet. Plenty of vegetables and whole foods, and a minimal amount of processed junk food that doesn't contain a lot of nutrients. These guidelines remain the ideal standard to move towards if we care about leading healthier and happier lives. But what if we took these guidelines and transposed them to create a healthy information consumption pyramid? What if we use them to start making more careful, intentional choices about the things that we read, watch, and listen to every day? We know that junk food isn't good for us and should be consumed in moderation. In the same way, articles and clickbait videos algorithmically curated for our consumption leave very few nutrients to our minds. These are lacking in fact-checked evidence and often leave no consideration for other points of view. So just like chips, lollies, and chocolate, we need to limit these. Our bodies weren't built for highly processed foods, and our brains weren't built to take in hundreds of unrelated pieces of information every single day. But What if you do genuinely learn from what is being recommended to you? What if something is engaging not because it's controversial, but because it's funny or creative? Often this is true. But with recommendations, too often their priority is tilted away from accuracy in favour of appeal. Yes, we have more information available to us from ever before, but that doesn't mean we can understand more. We may know about a social issue, but have no idea about its original cause. We may follow exciting pop culture moments from across the world, whilst missing out on the artistic work being made and performed right where we live. What is creative and funny is often engaging, but too often it suffers from a deficiency in depth. Types of information like books, journal articles, and reports take us longer to digest, and this is one way we can tell what types of information are better for us. There is a certain clarity that can only come from something like a book that has had to survive repeated reviewing from publishers, critiques, and rewrites, all intended to make it as clear as possible for the reader to understand. Podcasts are often just as effective at exploring a complex topic in rich detail, and films and documentaries give us an extended visual exploration of an idea. Visual art itself is a form of knowledge sharing and storytelling that has existed throughout all histories and cultures and gives us a way to convey ideas that language alone cannot. When was the last time you stepped into an art gallery or museum? Or what about listening to a live debate, speech, or performance? If we're serious about adopting this pyramid model, these are the types of information that we need to be consuming the most. Growing up, I was a big reader of young adult fiction, but this tapered off pretty much completely at the beginning of high school. Finally, having access to my own smartphone made it a lot less appealing to spend my free time after school reading a book, unsurprisingly. My return to reading has come as I've reached the end of my university degree and rediscovered the simple joy of reading. And I know I'm not the first person to discover libraries, but guys, you just go in and ask for a library card, and then they let you borrow anything you want for free. It is magical. There is a wealth of history, knowledge, and culture that's available to us right now beyond our digital spaces. And it was finally spending that time reading again that made me realize the significance of choice in what I consume. The fact that a common New Year's resolution is the wish to read more books, but never a firm commitment to watch more TV, reveals that on some level we know what types of information are better for us, and we know that what we pay attention to matters. Because while junk media may be an abstract problem, the opinions and perceptions we can form from it have real ramifications. It's time to think about what choices we've outsourced to algorithms that have no idea what we need or want. Enriching our lives with information that we actively seek out whilst prioritizing quality gives us not only better ideas, but better language with which to express them. These are the tools of thinking and communicating that absolutely all of us need. Imagine how much richer our conversations would be if we were all striving to inform ourselves in this intentional way. Being intentional gives us the chance to engage with what is coming out of our communities, from our artists to our academics and everyone in between. In doing so, we connect ourselves with what matters to those closest to us. I invite you all now to take a moment. Think back to the start of today. What information have you already consumed? Did you check your phone the second that you woke up? Consider what kinds of things you most commonly look at and where they come from. Have you ever thought about why you consume the information that you do? Is it because you actively sought it out or because it was put in front of you? This is the critical difference between habit and choice. Because you won't find yourself accidentally reading a book, but so many of us are led today to open our feeds without even thinking about it. Now is the time to make that conscious shift. Now is the time to move from passively engaging with whatever grabs our attention to making careful, powerful choices about the types of information we consume. They say that you are what you eat. I think it's time that we recognize that what goes into our eyes and ears is just as significant. A small shift towards intentionality and conscious consumption has the power to transform our worldviews and our world. And what could be more satisfying than that? Thank you.
Our next speaker, Nikki Miklosh-Woodley, has been on a transformative journey to business leader, facilitator, and life coach. Her story is marked by grit, passion, and resilience, but it doesn't end there. Today, Nikki asks us to ask ourselves, what does success mean to us, and is our conception of success becoming too costly? Please make Nikki feel welcome.
Can you imagine being so busy at work, you don't even have time to go to the toilet? Or grinding your teeth so hard, you fracture your jawline, but don't get a chance to see the doctor for weeks? What would it be like to collapse from exhaustion, hitting your head and breaking your cheekbone on the way down? These are all real-life scenarios from smart, highly successful business people who got themselves caught in the busy trap, tangled in this web of hardcore hustle culture that many of us know so well. You know that place of constant go, 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 push till you drop way of working, getting pulled in a million different directions, being all things to all people while work, life, and everything in between feels chaotic. This is a place I know too well. For many years, I was the head of the Hustle Culture Club. Little did I know there's a difference between unhealthy hustle and healthy hustle. In 2012, I just stepped into a new sales director role, now leading over 100 people. I was studying counselling and positive psychology at uni. I was organising my wedding, and I took pride in being the person that work, family, friends could always rely on. The word no was not in my vocabulary. Overwhelmed was my middle name, and busy was my badge of honour. The hours were long, the juggle was real. The result? I found myself burnt out, trapped in a body, a mind, and an energy that I did not recognise. My sense of self was disconnected, and I disassociated from the world around me. A vast contrast to the passionate, driven, highly excitable person that would normally get 5 out of 5 for enthusiasm on her trainer feedback forms. To now, feeling nothing. Nothing but fear, panic, actually not caring anymore. I remember asking myself, how did I get here? And so I threw myself into everything I could to feel better. Determined to succeed at this self-care thing, be the best at beating burnout. I read all the books, I did all the things. Self-love affirmations in the morning while moisturising, scheduled hammock time, I upped the psychology sessions, I did more yoga. My self-care checklist was getting a real workout. Fast forward a few months, and I find myself lying on the floor of my wife Jules's workplace. My body felt like jelly, and I physically could not lift my head. Jules rushed me to ER, and later, when I read the release form, I felt a deep, deep sense of shame, embarrassment, all that commotion because of a panic attack. Are you kidding me? How on earth did I end up here? I mean, wasn't I doing everything right? And I'm one of the lucky ones. Hustling hard is costing lives. Since my experience with burnout, I have been on a mission to redefine hustle culture in a healthy way. Because this current version of success has become too costly. Everywhere we look, people are exhausted, stuck in the whirlwind on Juggle Street. What if we can have drive and determination to succeed, but not at all cost? What if we can prioritise life just as much as business, our career, that thing that we're striving to achieve? When we know the balance of knowing when to push and when to pull back, we find the sweet spot between taking enough action to create forward momentum, but not so much that it becomes all-consuming and literally sucks the life out of us. This sweet spot is healthy hustle. Now you might be thinking, Nikki, why not just get rid of the hustle altogether? But we need the hustle. The hustle is important, just like stress, positive stress, to thrive. When it's used resourcefully, it creates momentum, action, energy. It creates focus and drive. Without momentum, we risk plateauing, stagnating, and getting stuck. The hustle is important. It is a key part of success. The problem is, hustle culture has gone too far. And it is clear that we humans as a collective are trying to understand a better way to thrive, a better way to hustle. Google search results for how can I manage my time more effectively have increased by 6 billion search results in 2.5 years. 6 billion in 2.5 years. We don't need another time management tool. We need a better way to hustle, healthily. Why did I keep falling into these repeat patterns of pushing too hard? Well, it really came down to 3 key things. My beliefs weren't serving me. I wasn't managing my energy effectively, and I didn't have clarity of direction. Beliefs, energy, direction are the 3 essential ingredients for the hustle to be healthy. BED, if we want a simple acronym to remember it by, we need to make BED our best friend. Turning our beliefs into empowered truths. For the last decade, I have been fascinated by how high performers and high-performing leaders define hustle. As I started to look around me, I realised that hustle culture isn't just in the business and work environment. It transcends across all generations, lifestyles, in business and everyday life. Let me ask you, what does hustle mean to you? I have asked this question hundreds of times, and no one has ever given me the exact dictionary definition, which, by the way, is to push roughly, jostle, or obtain illicitly. So whose definition is correct? Yours is, mine is, theirs is. We're all right, because nothing has meaning except the meaning we give it. And this is influenced by our beliefs, our values, and our experiences. I used to buy into the old narrative of hardcore hustle, push till you drop. I celebrated it. I took pride in it. So what shaped my beliefs around hustle and success? Was it being the oldest of 3 girls growing up in housing commission? Or being first generation Australian and hearing stories of my family's hardship? Maybe it was an unspoken desire to break the cycles of poverty from generations before, or the responsibility that I placed on myself to make the most of the opportunities given to me. Absolutely, these things shaped my beliefs. And that hustle hard mentality carried on into the workforce. With midnight cab runs into the office, finishing press releases for the Sydney PR firm I worked at, or taking pride in being the last one in the office and the big boss seeing me. Pushing through when I was sick, being applauded, even rewarded for it. We all have beliefs just like this that shape what we believe to be true. These experiences shape what we believe to be true about success. It could be work harder, do more, don't sleep, and you'll build your dream life. Our beliefs create our reality. And so if we change our beliefs, we can change our reality. I'm really curious, what beliefs about success do you have that need to change? Managing your energy. We all work differently. A big part of my problem was trying to fit into the norm ways of working. Finding out I have a neurodivergent brain at 43 years old made sense as to why I couldn't get it right. I have bursts of energy where I feel I can do the work of 10 people in an hour. I also need to pull back and recharge. Otherwise, well, we all know where that leads. Managing your energy means understanding your energy gainers and your energy drainers. It goes so far beyond just the essentials like sleep, water, and exercise to understanding what makes us thrive, our unique needs and preferences. Things like the time of day we work, the type of work we do, how we recharge our batteries, the best type of movement for our unique bodies. Managing your energy is essential for the hustle to be healthy. Epigenetics research shows that based on our body type, we have different schedules and routines, physical environments, careers, foods, even social requirements that give us the best energy throughout the day. It encourages us to get curious about what is uniquely right for me. When we combine this understanding of our body and physical environmental needs with our mindset and our beliefs, we start to get an understanding of our unique blueprint to live a healthy, happy life. Living this blueprint harnesses our optimal rhythm for natural... Excuse me. Let's try that one again. Living this blueprint harnesses our natural rhythm for optimal energy, priming us to keep the hustle healthy. Clarity of direction. Okay, I have a truth to break to you all. We can't do everything. And honestly, trying to do it all can lead to disaster, because trying to do it all results in us staying in this perpetual cycle of busy. It results in us having too many tabs open, literally and figuratively. Seriously, how many tabs do you have open on your computer? What about in your mind? When we have too many tabs open, we are right back on Juggle Street, feeling chaotic. And it does not matter if you have all the energy in the world. It will never be enough. We think we're master multitaskers, but that's another scientific myth. Only 2% of human brains can effectively multitask. What we're actually doing is task switching, another energy and productivity sucker. Task switching decreases the capacity for strategic thinking, planning, and organisation. This means that sometimes we have to say no, even to the things we want to say yes to. I used to be a slave to FOMO, fear of missing out, wanting to be a part of all the big projects at work, saying yes too much, doing everything on the social calendar. It's a hard habit to crack, but sometimes we have to say no, even to the things we want to say yes to. Focusing on what's important instead of trying to do it all leads to progress, a sense of accomplishment, which leads to motivation to keep going. Getting clear on what's important is what helps with prioritization. Who here has a goal? Now, if you don't have a goal, don't get caught up in the word goal. Remember, nothing has meaning except the meaning we give it. It could be simply something you're striving to achieve. It could be a personal goal. Maybe it's a wildly important business or career goal. Something fun you're wanting to do, like traveling or buying a car, or a focus on getting fit and healthy. It could be as big as a dream or ambition, or as familiar as a good feeling you want to come back to. When we know what's important, we know what to say no to. It helps with decision making, prioritizes our to-do list, and gives meaning to what we do. Getting strategic with our time and our energy is essential for the hustle to be healthy. The average human lifespan is incredibly brief. If we're lucky enough to live to 80, we have about 4,000 weeks on this earth. How should we live them best? By allowing life to pass us by in a crazy cycle of juggling, busy, and chaos? Or will you make conscious decisions about your beliefs, energy, and direction? When I think about this one precious life that we have, I think about what it would take to embrace a culture of healthy hustle across our societies, in our schools, businesses, and the passions that we pursue. And so I invite you to consider, do your beliefs serve you? Are you managing your energy well? And do you have clarity of direction? The hustle will always be there, but you have the power to change how you hustle. Make your next move a conscious one, because if you don't take control, the chaos will. The choice is yours. Survive or thrive. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the program. Thank you everyone for joining us at TEDxQT 2024. And thank you for being here, supporting ideas worth sharing. We would love to see any photos and videos you've taken throughout the day by sharing them on Instagram or Facebook and tagging TEDxQT.
Now the fun does not stop here. We have the official TEDxQT after party happening straight after this. It is a great opportunity to chat with a speaker from today, enjoy some live entertainment and even some refreshments. Tickets are only $12.50 and they are on sale in the foyer, so do yourself a favour and go grab one.
Yeah, as you leave the theatre, please remember to return the lanyard. Our volunteers will be ready with a collection box outside of the theatre. You're welcome to keep the card attached to it, but please return the lanyard yourself so it can be used for future events.
Please join me in thanking today's speakers, volunteers, TEDxQT crew, the event crew at Le Bois, and our technical production team. We would also like to give a special shout out to our speaker coach. Yes, she's nodding. Yes. For making TEDxQT what it was today. Thank you, Montana.
Yes, Mom!
Thank you to all you amazing folk out there for joining us today. We sincerely hope that you have been able to experience something inspiring, transformative, and a little bit special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,